Call the meeting to order. Roll call. Maria Okpara, I'm here. Rick Raleigh, absent. Mr. Arce,
Here?
Mrs. Buchanan,
Here.
Mr. Bender.
Here.
Amanda, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kylie, do we have any public comments?
Not
Pertaining-
pertaining to closed session.
Thank you. We're going to go to closed session. Pupil personnel expulsion, case number 8, 2324 through expulsion case, expulsion number 11, 2324. Annual review, AR 11, 2320 to 34, and expungement case, expulsion number 17, 22 to 23. Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection A, current litigation, 10 cases. CIVDS 1907-172, 20-11183, and 2022-956. CIVSB 2111-303, 222-0303, 2218676, 2227023, 2304865, 2314073, and 2322171. Government Code Section 54954, point 5, subsection C, and 54956.9, subsection D, and subsection E, and subsection 1. Anticipated litigation, 1 case, 2020-21-05. Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection D, and 54956.95. Anticipated litigation, 2 cases. Claimant, Dana Lisa, claimant Johnson Lavette for Davis Young Jeremiah. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, titles, certificated and classified employees. Public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, titles, certificated and classified employees. Conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Dustin Conrad, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Dunstan Conrad, employee organization, California School Employees Association. Conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiation parties, Matthew Schollenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. Security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. Superintendent's evaluation, I ask for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved?
I need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Call the meeting to order. Roll call. Maria Okpara, I am here. Rick Raleigh is absent. Gary Arce.
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
And Dennis Bender.
Here.
Samuel, will you please lead us in a pledge of allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we would like to pause in a moment of silence to remember our retired AVUSD family member, Dave Meadows. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports all our educational partners, including our children, at this meeting. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings, so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Thank you so much for coming to be part of our running of the district. At this time, I need reports for student representatives. Rio Vista School of Applied Learning, Theodore Coleman, Michael Stefanovich, Nicole Guzman, Divina Evans, and Heather Long, Josiah Doing. Can you guys tell us about your school? Oh God, I keep changing it, so I'll type it. I'll send it. I'll type it.
Good evening, Alpha Valley Unified School District board members, administration, and guests. My name is Theo Coleman, and I am the Rio Vista ASB president. With me tonight, I have my vice president, Mikey Stefanovich, secretary, Nicole Guzman, activities commissioner, Davina Evans, pride commissioner, Heather Long, and reading commissioner, Josiah Dewar. Tonight, we are going to read you a little story called Don't Eat Your Classmates.
Penelope Rex was nervous. It's not every day a little T-Rex starts school. What are my classmates going to be like? Will they be nice? How many teeth will they have? This was very important. Penelope's mom bought her a new backpack with ponies on it. Ponies were Penelope's favorite because ponies are delicious. Penelope's dad packed her a lunch of 300 tuna sandwiches and 1 apple juice. Finally, the big day came, and Penelope Rex was very surprised to find out that all of her classmates were children. So she ate them because children are delicious. Penelope Rex, said Miss Doodleman, we do not eat our classmates. Please spit them out at once. So she did. It was not the best way to start school. Still, Penelope was determined to have a good first day. She tried hard to make friends at recess. She finger-painted some of her best work. She even saved Griffin Emily a seat at lunch. You can sit here. Penelope started to notice everyone was making friends but her. It was lonely. When she got home, her dad asked about her first day of school. I didn't make any friends, Penelope cried. Now the children wanted to be play with me. Penelope Rex, her father asked, did you eat your classmates? Well, maybe, sort of, just a little bit. Sometimes it's hard to make friends, said her dad, especially if you eat them. You see, Penelope, children are the same as us on the inside, just tastier. That gave Penelope a lot to think about. The next day, Penelope tried really hard. But poor Penelope, she could not stop herself from eating her classmates. Miss Noodleman! Penelope ate her William Amoto again, and they were all afraid of her. Except Walter. Walter was a goldfish. So Penelope tried to make friends with him. Will you be my friend? Jump! Eee! Cried Penelope. He's eating my finger! Whee! Once Penelope found out what it was like to be someone's snack, she lost her appetite for children. She stopped eating her classmates, even when Cece Woodman spilled barbecue sauce all over herself. And soon Penelope made friends. Found you! Want a brownie? I helped make them. Now, even when children look especially delicious, she peeks at Walter and remembers what it's like when someone tries to eat you. And Walter, the goldfish, stares right back and licks his lips. Because dinosaurs are delicious.
Penelope Rex sure did learn how to be kind to her classmates after her experience of being bit by that goldfish. Being kind is what we are focusing on this week for Kindness Week here at AVUSD. We are learning, practicing, and showing kindness to others just for the sake of being kind to one another, just like Penelope Rex.
We could get up here and tell you about all the great things Rio Vista is doing, like our celebrations of community members for Patriots Day and Grandparents' Day.
Or how we collected donations and dropped them at the Victor Valley Rescue Mission, or how we celebrate being drug-free during Red Ribbon Week. We celebrate students working hard with Student Success Day each trimester.
We love to celebrate science. We had a school STEAM fair, sent projects to the district STEAM fair. We even have some scientists going on to the county fair. We had our STEM night at AVCI and got to experience the STEM assembly too.
How about that we have several ASB kids going to read to our younger grades on campus? We had a holiday concert by our band students led by Mr. Page, or how we celebrated 100 days and 101 days of learning.
Let's not leave out the Friday lunchtime activities monthly. Let's not forget that March of Dimes will be coming. That will be a great month. We're definitely taking steps to make our community a better place.
Yeah, also the amazing costume parade we had, fall fun booths led by ASB. We can't wait to see the Lunar New Year parade.
We know it's our job to make everybody feel like somebody. We hope the things we lead to Rio help all our students feel like they belong.
Yes, we could mention all of that, but we won't. Will you join us in being that somebody who makes everybody feel like somebody?
Excellent, excellent work, excellent. High Desert Premier Ismail Solis.
Yeah, there's a pen right here. Is mine? Okay, I'll take it. It's a nice pen. Thank you. Oh, can I get this a little lower? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I don't want to mess with it and make it fall or something. Yeah, I think that's good. Wait, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that you're here today. I'm just gonna say that. I miss you too. I miss all you guys. But it's good that your knee feels better and everything. You know, kind of missed you last time. All right. Good evening, President Okapara, board members, Superintendent Nelson, and the executive cabinet. Last month, Superintendent Nelson and Assistant Superintendent Schlosser came to speak with our student advisory team about our campus and how the school year was going so far. We discussed the Youth Truth Survey results and found that there was a high number of 10th graders that lack a sense of belonging at High Desert Premier Academy. This created discussion about why and how we could help these students feel like they belong. Some things we thought would help them make them feel a sense of belonging would be to have more events during break time and social clubs. We want them to have the same feelings as others do on campus. Once you go to High Desert Premier Academy, you don't want to leave there. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys all know that. You guys go and you guys love it there. You guys want to come back, so you guys should come back. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm talking too much. All right. Later that week, we had a visit from President Okpara. I'm so sorry that I missed your visit. Thank you for coming to our campus and speaking with our students and teachers. We love having visitors in our campus. February is Black History Month. Did you know that it used to be only a week? Every year during this month, our U.S. and world history classes look underrepresented African American heroes during World War II and their experiences. During this year, our middle school program will be doing something similar to what they did last year. Each student will choose a specific person and research them. Then they will write a paper and give a presentation to the class. The theme is A Day in the Life of Blank. This gives them the opportunity to choose someone, such as Martin Luther King or Rosa Parks, to research. Starting this week, our counselors will be in every classroom talking about the consequences of vaping and resources for students who need help to quit the bad habits. They will also start preparation for Big Smiles. Big Smiles will be on our campus in April, and Nurse Bryant is ready in the process of getting as many students and families as possible to benefit from this opportunity. A few club updates is esports is in preseason for our two esport competitions, which begin at the end of this month, Play Versus and Generation Esports. Next month, the actual tournaments will begin. I believe we are signing up for Madden 2024, NBA 2K, and Apex Legends. I wish they could have added Fortnite because then I would have been in there, but yeah. All right. Golf has officially begun, and every Tuesday, they visit the Apple Valley Golf Course to get their shots in. I wish I could have done that too, man. I got a job though. All right, HGPA has also introduced a new after-school reading club using accelerated reader program. Students now have the opportunity to read books related to their interests and not only improve their reading skills, but develop the overall love of reading. We're excited to have this resource since part of High Desert Premier's Academy vision statement defines high expectations for literacy as necessary for success. I hope that you all had a fabulous start to your year. I'm looking forward to seeing you all next month and talk more about our school owls. Have a great rest of your night, everybody.
Thank you, Ismail. Granite Hills High School, Hannah Forget.
Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, and attendees. My name is Hannah Forget, the junior class president at Granite Hills, and I have so many wonderful things to tell you all about tonight. The first month of the new semester was a very busy one. We welcomed our students back to campus by recognizing their achievement in first semester with the semester award ceremony. 517 students were recognized for earning a 3.5 GPA or above on their first semester report cards, with over 53% of those students earning a 3.9 GPA or higher, and we are very proud. Great job, Cougars. Our staff in ASB has been working very hard to make Granite Hills a place where students are excited to come to school. Yesterday, we held a positive attendance celebration for our students who had a 97% attendance rate through the first semester. 543 students were eligible to attend the celebration of the gym with music, pizza, games, raffle prizes, and much more. Last week, theater held the play Julius Caesar, which was a huge success. Everyone was extremely impressed with how well the students were able to understand and act out something so complicated and complex. It was an extremely impressive performance, and I do hope at least some of you were able to make it out to watch. I don't know, but I hope so. This Monday and Tuesday, auditions for Mean Girls the Musical were held, with callbacks being held today. Everyone, including myself, is very strongly anticipating that final cast list, which will be released tomorrow afternoon. Last week, we celebrated Kindness Week. ASB led weekly activities at lunchtime to help promote kindness. We partnered with our graphic design class to create Cougar Kindness stickers, which we passed out to the students who participated in the Spirit Days. Some of the activities we held at lunch included kindness labels, a campus cleanup, donation days, photo booths, a kindness pledge station, and many more. Our Spirit Week consisted of Crazy for Kindness Monday, aka Crazy Sock Day, Tuesday, Don't Sleep on Kindness Pajama Day, Work Out Your Problems with Workout Wednesday, Thursday, Kindness Makes Your Heart Grow, Wear Red and Pink, and Friday, Don't Hide Your Kindness Camo Day. ASB is currently busy finishing final preparations for our winter formal on February 24th. This year's theme is A Night in New York. This month, we are celebrating Black History Month with lessons, activities, and a self-care fair hosted by our African American Parent Advisory Committee. This community event will be hosted in our gym on February 28th from 5 to 7 p.m. It will feature food trucks, Black-owned businesses, community resources, and step performances from fraternities and sororities with guest speakers and more. We are also going to be commemorating the 10-year anniversary of our Granite Hills Family Center. The Family Center opened on February 29th, a leap year in 2012. So although we're a little bit late on that 10-year celebration, recognizing Mrs. Hall and our Family Center on a leap year was an opportunity that we just couldn't pass up. Clubs will be sponsoring donation drives all month long, collecting socks, beanies, sweatshirts, and food for families in need. We'll even be having a Spirit Week, honoring some of the community events that have started from our Family Center, such as Where's Waldo Day. Our athletics programs have had a very successful winter season, with 2 of our programs winning league titles. Our girls soccer program won their 6th straight Desert Sky League title and the program's 17th overall. This year's team was full of youth, and we are excited to see how this young team performs in the playoffs next week. Our boys soccer program won the championship last night with a thrilling 2-1 victory over Barstow. This is the program's 10th overall league title, and what our coach said was a rebuilding year. Not bad for a team in transition. We expect many great things from this team in playoffs. Boys basketball finished 2nd in the Desert Sky League, and we are going to be going to playoffs for the first time in over 9 years. This team's success has been a 4-year journey, with 7 of the 9 seniors being a part of the program's freshman team. They are currently ranked 7th in their CIF division, and we are excited to see how far they will go. Girls basketball has seen a full transformation. Coach Connellan has brought a positive and energetic change to this program. The girls have been working very hard, and they're getting better each and every day. They have won 2 out of their last 3 games, and the energy around the program is electric. Boys Wrestling League finals were held 2 weeks ago, and 12 Granite Hills wrestlers will be representing the school in CIF individual playoffs. We are excited for each of these young men and the work they have put into the season to get this opportunity. We expect some great things from them. Girls Wrestling League finals were also held 2 weeks ago, and 8 Granite Hills wrestlers will be representing the school in CIF. Emma Sealer took home the 100-weight league title. We are so proud of Emma and all of her hard work this year. We are also excited to see how far some of our Lady Cougars will go. Girls water polo finished the season winning 3 of their last 5 games. This year's team has had many new members, and they really started to hit their stride towards the end of the season. They played during rain or shine, and we are very proud of them. That's all for tonight, but as always, we thank you for your support of Granite Hills. Maroon and Gray, lead the way.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Apple Valley High School, Sophia Brandt.
Thank you so much, sir. It's my favorite part of every month. Yes, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and attendees. My name is Sophia Brandt, and I'm the Apple Valley High School Associated Student Body Line President. Today, I'll be sharing with you what our students and staff have been up to, as well as some of our goals for the upcoming month. Skills USA competitions are off to a great start, with students from a myriad of pathways and electives competing. We had 233 Sun Devils from camp, culinary, construction, mast, sports medicine, welding, and so much more compete in regional competitions. Results will be released at the end of this month, and we are anxiously awaiting them. Sophomores in mast did their yearly tradition where they adopt fake babies and care for them for 3 straight days, 72 whole hours. It's a great practice of maturity and gives us an appreciation for our lovely parents. Even if we're not the ones adopting the babies, just listening to them cry in the middle of class. I was really hoping to escape it this year, but there's some sophomores in my classes still, and I had to hear it. Computer science students competed as a Cyber Patriot team in the semifinals round of the National Youth Cyber Defense Competition, where they ranked in the top 40 out of 119 schools nationally. Sensations Show Choir had their throwback recital on January 19th. ASB junior class put on Greek Week, where teams of students competed in different lunchtime games, and our 12th graders will have another opportunity to test and qualify for their state seal of biliteracy. As always, our athletes have been excelling on the field, court, and mat. Basketball has been having some super close games, and I even saw Mrs. Okpara at one of the boys' basketball games a few weeks ago. It was such a nice surprise, and I was really happy to see you. Our girls' basketball team hosted middle school night, where any AVUSD middle school basketball players got free entry to the game. Our girls' soccer team beat Oak Hills and Serrano last week to claim the Mojave River League title for the 2nd year in a row, and will be advancing to CIF finals. I mean, not finals yet, hopefully, but playoffs. Good luck, ladies. Our Frisbee Club has been playing some great games of Ultimate Frisbee on Fridays, and track has been practicing hard after school. I also wanted to congratulate Jalen Cerna, who was named the Mojave River League Lower Weight Wrestler of the Year. The Superintendent's Council met in mid-January to go over the Youth Truth Survey responses, meet with staff members, and focus on important issues we can address on our campus. This made so much real, important change last year, and we're all excited to see what this group can accomplish in 2024. This Saturday is our winter formal, and the theme will be A Night Under the Lanterns, inspired by one of my personal favorite movies, Tangled. Senior class officers are preparing for the senior meeting next Wednesday, where the class of 2024 will get information about senior events, and the prom location will be revealed, which we're all anticipating. Later on Friday, the ASB class will take our field trip to California Adventure Park to gain new leadership skills that we can apply to our daily work on campus, but we'll also make sure to ride a bunch of rides, eat good food, and watch the World of Color show while we're there. And I do want to give a shout out to my ginormous entourage that all decided to show up today. You guys can wave. You guys can wave. I'm proud of them. It's taken a little while, but we're getting there. There are so many exciting things happening at Apple Valley High School, and I want to thank you all for your continued support. We couldn't give our students any of these incredible opportunities without you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Superintendent, comment?
Well, they pretty much covered everything that I was going to talk about, but I usually do a quick brief of it's not ever quick. It's never brief about the events of the past month. We did do student advisories, as mentioned, the 17th of January at Apple Valley High School. The next day was Granite Hills High School, and then we finished with High Desert Premier. This was the second meeting of the year. We're scheduled for February for I believe late February for the next meeting, and we will bring lots of adults in this next time because they have already started their plans and what they're going to present to the staff on their campus. So those are exciting dates. I did attend the DSL finals at Granite Hills High School. Little known fact, I was a wrestling stat when I was in high school. So I used to travel with the wrestling team and take all those stats. What I couldn't figure out for DSL finals was who was moving forward. I knew who won, but I didn't know how many kids got to go forward. So hearing that there were that many that took it was impressive. And the female that won her class, I'm going to tell you, I don't want to run into her someplace. And she was little, but she'd take me down. I also got to attend one of the AVHS wrestling events. I could only be there during the JV portion. However, I did get to watch all of the seniors walk out with their parents and be recognized before the varsity event. State of the District was on Monday, January 22nd. We held 2 different events, and we always look forward to that event each year to highlight what we're doing in the district. I am always thrilled to have the Great Kindness Challenge happen in this district because I think it should happen every day, but the fact that we celebrate it for a week and remind people how to be kind should carry over is always our goal. Our second Ethnic Studies community group met on January 24th. We were actually in this room, and we're moving through the toolkit along with our County Office of Education, and the next meeting will be held on February 15th. Last week, I attended the Association of School Administrators Superintendent Symposium. It's a 3-day conference that is only superintendents. It's unlike anything I go to because everything is focused on superintendents and everybody's dealing with similar issues. So great learning. And as we learn in school districts, all of us should be learning, including myself. Because of that, I didn't get to go to CHOPT, the competition that happens in our CTU organization. And that's devastating to me because I make every one of those competitions when they happen. And so this is the first time I've missed one, and I was very sad, but our students did wonderfully. We celebrated the 100th day of school, and while there are activities and theme days across our district, different depending on which school they're at, the students in our youngest grades are actually learning number sense. I love that part. We may have had a Zero the Hero up here at the podium that was dressed and celebrating that at one of our school sites. There definitely were tights involved. I was not there, but I have photos. Our foundations teams from across the district came together this week, each working on a school-wide system.
and developing alongside with our facilitator from Safe and Civil, Susan Isaacs, and it was exciting to see the progress each school is making with those. San Bernardino County School Boards Association meeting was this past Monday. I attended with Ms. Okpara and Ms. Buchanan. We got to watch the Golden Bell presentations. We cheered on our neighboring district, Victor Elementary, who received one. But we were at the Redlands table, so I told them we would be their cheerleader. So people thought we were from Redlands, and we had to keep telling them, no, we're from Apple Valley. We're just really nice to other people. I always do that because I'm hoping we're recruiting people. That's really why I do it, because I think it's going to be really cool to come to Apple Valley. The district spelling bee was also this week on Tuesday night at Sitting Bull. It was fun to watch every age that participated. And let me tell you, there's some very young children in this district that could outspell most adults in this district. And it was lovely to watch. And they had to jump to the very end of the list of words because they had two students back and forth. But ultimately, we had it finished about 8 o'clock, and we have a student moving on to the county spelling bee. There were the town recently, actually today, has published a newsletter. It's called the e-newsletter, called Our Town. If you receive it, or if you haven't signed up for it, you'll recognize Ms. Okpara as a community member that they will be highlighting. As we begin the month dedicated to Black history, to celebrate Black history, the town will also be recognizing the contributions of Black owned businesses and influential individuals within our community. Through their Shop Local Spotlights and Faces and Places series, which I believe is the one Ms. Okpara will be part of, they will showcase small business. They will showcase the town's town's social media channels. See, Ishmael, I misstepped too. I saw you when you did that, and I can't do it either. I keep telling you. They will highlight this on the social media channels, the YouTube channel, and the AVTV. Watch for the spotlight on our own Miss Okpara. While raising a very inquisitive child myself, several times a day he would say things like, "Did you know?" It became a coined phrase in our house. We knew something very important was about to be delivered, and we were going to have to learn something. And so I'm challenging each of our students and adults alike this month to learn something new each day about the contributions of a Black person as we celebrate Black history, and share it with someone. And if you want to, use my son's term, "Did you know?" because that's my plan. Let's celebrate Black history through learning, as they're doing at High Desert Premier Academy. I love that you shared that. So did you know that inventor Lonnie Johnson, best known for the Super Soaker and is the mother of sons, we had lots of these, generated over $1 billion in sales, has accomplishments which extend far beyond this toy design. He holds more than 100 US patents and is the founder of the Johnson Research and Development Company in Atlanta, Georgia, and has spun off additional companies, including Johnson Energy Storage, JTC Energy, Inc., and he's currently working on a new generation of rechargeable battery technology and Johnson Thermal Electrochemical Converter, which efficiently converts waste heat to electrical energy and can be run in reverse as a cooling device. So now you know. And so challenge out, it's February 1st. Everybody's challenged to find a did you know or something that you didn't know before. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bender.
To you seniors out there, you only have 4 months and you graduate. Don't get senioritis. Work hard all the way up to the end. You are well prepared and will do great in life. I've had kids that graduated from both Apple and Granite, and they're all very successful. Good luck.
Thank you. Ms. Buchanan.
All right. So first of all, thank you so much to all the kids and the parents for getting them here. It was so great. I was watching as like all the Rio Vista students were talking, and then at some point my eyes just kind of panned across, and all the proud parents with all the cameras recording. It was just so great to see. But thank you so much for supporting them and getting them here. And they just did a really great job, but I know you guys already know that. So I did have I do have to apologize actually, and she is in the audience, but I did kind of do a surprise drop in on over at Sitting Bull on one of the Wednesdays. I was able to kind of pop in and see the ELOP program. It happened on accident. I was kind of coming home, and it was after we were down the hill. I don't remember why we were down for a Wednesday, but we were coming back, and I had texted my husband just to find out which of the kids I needed to pick up in the parent pickup line. And he was like, none, they both are homesick today because they had been taking turns. And I was like, cool, I have time. And so I kind of popped in to see the program, and it was fantastic. Except they were not expecting me. Excuse me. And I guess it was not a typical day because most of them were actually in a staff meeting, but Mrs. Zachary was kind enough to show me a little bit, and I got to meet Mr. Zachary, and there was some really great like diamond craft going on and some reading, and it was fantastic. So I know we get to hear about it sometimes here in the meetings, but for those of you, I don't know, Dennis, or I'm sure you guys have been out there because you guys are retired, as you like to brag all the time. So I'm sure you've seen it, but I got to see it and it was fantastic. So also, yes, the district spelling bee was amazing. There were some times that they would say the word, and I'm an English teacher, and I was like, what is that? And then at the very end, after the girls were going back and forth, and it would be like Alina would spell, and then Leilani would spell, and it would just keep going back and forth. And finally, they skipped to page 97, I think, and that was where we finally got to some words where it got a little bit more difficult, and we finally got a winner. So they were just awesome. So that was fantastic. And then the STEAM night. Okay, did any of you guys go to the STEAM night last night? Were you guys there at Rio? Okay, I was gonna say, parents, if any of you took your kids there, so they did this like great explosion like right off the bat, and they like had ping pong balls go everywhere after nitrogen, and then all the kids ran and picked them all up. And I was like, okay, I hope the parents are paying attention because those kids know how to pick up after themselves right there. So that was like a lesson in and of itself. But it was fantastic. So I did get to kind of go over there to the AVCI and see the Rio Vista STEAM night. So that was fantastic as well. And then the last thing, and you high school teachers, your students over there that are kind of mentoring them at the AVCI for the STEAM night, they're doing a fantastic job as well, because I talked to a couple of those leaders as well. So also, I know there's been a couple mention of it being Black History Month. So I know President Akbar is over there. Yes, you are. So I did represent a little bit. So my necklace is one that I bought when I was in Uganda many, many years ago. And then, but I also wore my pin that I picked up this past summer at the African American History Museum in Washington, D.C. And I definitely, if you're ever in D.C., I highly recommend you go check out there. I did not expect to find, we had started, I think it was like the day or so before, and I went to find the gravestone of Charles Young. If you get a chance, there's a Did You Know? Go look him up. Fantastic, like fascinating history. Look up Charles Young. And then he had his service uniform was actually on display in the African American History Museum. So that was really kind of neat. It like tied it together. Didn't expect to find that tie at both places. But yeah, go research that one. That's a homework assignment from your friendly neighborhood English teacher trustee. But that's it. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arce?
Just like to say congratulations to all the athletics and programs and sports teams that have started this semester. Hannah and Sophia started to mention just the success in soccer and wrestling, and got a chance to go see the girls water polo match at Granite and the boys basketball, and just the students starting this semester, with the winter program, are continuing the excellence that was started in the fall program. So tremendous success for our students. So congratulations to our students and coaches and all the staff who participated in that. We expect to see great things from our sports teams. We know they're going to achieve a lot. So very excited to see what they're up to. As Sophia mentioned, also wanted to commend the Sensations for their throwback recital that the choir department threw a couple of weeks ago. It was the students performed a wide variety of songs, and it was really a pleasure to see the interaction and the encouragement and mutual support between the alumni and our current students and so on. So great things are happening also in our theater arts department. And as Sophia mentioned, also wanted to highlight the skills competition that's going on. Just a tremendous amount of talent and hard work that's showing up in our CTE programs. Last Saturday, there was competitions in advertising design, graphic communications, welding, and so on. This coming Saturday and next Saturday, there's going to be competitions in automotive maintenance, woodworking, computer programming, EMT, firefighting, and so on. So in all of these activities, the hard work of the students and the teachers of this district can continue to be demonstrated, and their excellence continues to be demonstrated. So I'm just looking forward to tremendous achievements from our students. You've done fantastic things first semester, and we're excited to see what you're going to accomplish in these upcoming days. So thank you for the parents, the students, and the teachers for all your hard work. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Raleigh is not here, so I guess that leaves me to say something. I have to start out by thanking all the students that came out to present to us. I know it's not always easy to speak to a room full of people, room full of grown-ups, but I must say I am really impressed with your composure and your ability to read to us. Many of us do not get people reading to them, and I really appreciated that. Sophia, I have to say, when I came to that game, I had no idea who I was watching. So I actually literally videotaped you and sent it to the superintendent. I said, "Is this our girl?" And she said, "Yeah." And I went, "Oh, I've been watching her, but she looks familiar. The walk is the same, but she's a cheerleader, so I can't put the two of them together." But it was absolutely impressive. As you all know, this is Black History Month, and as you can tell, I'm it. And I can't tell you how proud I am to be who I am. And even though I'm not originally from here, I do celebrate the color of my skin and the quality I bring into a room. And I hope you all will take the time to get to know somebody that looks like me. I am more than open to be interviewed by any of the students to get to know me as a person, because I know that when I walk into a room, I don't walk in as the president of the board. I walk in as Maria Opara. And I'm hoping that when I leave the room, that I leave a little piece of me with you. This last month, I had the opportunity to visit quite a few schools. I went to Rio Vista. I'm going to start with I'm going to take a little bit of the schools. I went to Rio Vista School. I have to tell you that school was impeccable. The students were engaged. The students were able to share with me what they were doing in class without being prompted. Even though the principal was standing there, they were free to tell. There was a place that we got to, and we asked the kids, "What are you doing?" And it was like a quick response for all three kids. They said the same thing, and I thought, "Did you guys rehearse this?" But it was just impressive. I really appreciate that. And then I went to High Desert Premier, and I saw so much going on. I went to the technology room, and I saw all the teachers doing what they normally would do, and I really appreciated seeing that. And the kids actually interviewed me in one of the classes. They wanted to know what it takes to be a board member. And I wasn't sure I knew the answer to that, but I gave it my best shot. The kids were gracious enough to understand that I didn't know enough, and they were pushing me to give the answers. I went to Sycamore Rocks. I saw the art of the students. Those kids were able to paint the murals on their wall. And I took pictures of the wall because I don't feel safe taking pictures of children because I'll have to get permission from their parents to post it. So I just took the wall, and the wall was just impressive. the vivid colors. Anybody that knows me knows I like colors. So just seeing the colors was like, oh wow, I want those. If I can get somebody to make me fabric in those colors, it will make my day. I went to Rancho Verde. Rancho Verde was another place that you almost tend to forget that they're there. But it is a warm environment. And the principal took me through the special ed classrooms. And I thought that was impeccable because I don't usually ask people to take me anywhere. I just say, I'm on your campus, show me what you have. And the principal actually took me through all of the special ed classes, and I felt at home. Anybody that knows that my background is in special education, so I was very much at home in those classes. Mariana was one of my favorite stops because it was an after-school activity. I went into the kindergarten class, and the kids were playing with this bubble-looking thing, and I felt like I needed to sit down and play with them with the bubbles. And then I went to see all of their after-school activities and to their garden. I will more than likely show back out on a Saturday so that I can join them in the gardening, because that gave me so much peace when I walked in to do so. Apple Valley High School, I saw the Skills USA, saw the kids build a shed in such a short time. I have never seen anything that quick. It takes me so long to change the light bulb, and to see these children moving so fast and building, and there's a pattern of a form that's shown to them, and they're doing it, and it was a competition to see how professional the students were. Then I went to Granite Hills High School. I walked into a Spanish class, believe me. I thought, how do I know what they're doing? But the kids were responding in Spanish. And these kids were not original, their number one language is not Spanish, but they were speaking in Spanish. I thought, when did school start for these people? I thought maybe I can enroll in one of those classes and pick up another language that I can put in my toolkit. Yakaloma School was amazing to see all of the things that we're doing. And of course, I went to the spelling bee. I had my cell phone out because there were some of the words, my education was in England. And here I am, I'm hearing words that I've never heard. So I had my phone out so I can look up the spelling of the words and actually look at the meaning. So it was a learning experience for me. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from the kids. And of course, I've talked about the volleyball. For this coming month, or this February, I intend to visit the bus barn. Unfortunately, I will probably not be visiting the schools as much, but I intend to visit the bus barn, and I intend to visit the school nutrition services, because I think of them as the root that holds up the tree. They're the ones, we never know what they're doing, but they're doing something. I intend to visit the classified staff. They are still the root that holds up the tree. I'm a very visual, I look at things in pictures, and I think it is time for the board somebody on the board, one of us, to stop by and say thank you to the bus drivers, because they're the first to see our kids and the last to see our kids. And they make sure they're safe on both sides. And I just want to be able to stop in and say thank you to them. That's it for me. At this time, I am going to release the students so you can go back to do your homework. And thank you so much for coming. Oh, you think you are. This is what you get when you're everywhere like you. And for this time, I was doing, and it's like, oh my God, I was everywhere. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Say thank you to your students. Thank you, baby.
Oh, it was nice to see you. You look like
Thank you. Oh, so you, all right. That's her. She told me to wear blue. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is the pen they gave us. It's-
We are with you guys on the 29th.
Thank you, too. Oh! Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, oh God. I was his teacher. Can you be Trinette? I was his teacher.
I love that.
So, thank you so
Yeah, we
much.
have
Thank
to
you,
keep
baby.
this.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. California School Employees Association, CSE, and Nicholas Garrett. Is anybody from CSA? All right. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, Karen Sabers. So nobody is speaking this time. Okay. The clerk's not here, so he's taking over the position of the clerk. He will read the closed session report.
In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Item B2, Conference of Litigation, Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection D, L. Dana versus AVUSD. On a motion by Mr. Arce, seconded by Mrs. Buchanan, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim of Lisa Dana. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54954.5D, Johnson L. for J. Davis Young versus AVUSD. On a motion by Mrs. Buchanan, seconded by Mr. Arce, the board determined to direct the return, the portion of the claim dated prior to June 1st, 2023, to claimant without further action because it was presented too late under Government Code Section 911.2.
Thank you.
And the vote was unanimous.
The board may approve the agenda as is or add on or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and or action. I need a motion.
So
Motion that we adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Discussion information. Do we need to go there? What is highlighted?
Yeah, just discussion.
Discussion information to receive AVUTA's reopener articles for negotiations with AVUSD. Mr. Dustin Conrad.
Thank you. Obviously, you can see many of the AVUDA negotiation team out in the audience today. Part of the board packet was the reopeners that are being presented for us to begin negotiating on in the very near future here. So this is the part where it's just the information for you to receive, the document that's contained within the packet there.
Okay. And
They have. Yeah.
okay, number two, to receive AVUSD reopener articles for negotiations with AVUTA.
An exact same statement. It's the reopeners that the AVUSD team brought forward to discuss and collaborate with our Teachers Association.
Number three, instructional technology AI presentation.
Okay, so Mr. Buchanan and Ms. Thompson will be conducting this brief presentation to kind of update us on a few items. So we'll turn it over to them.
Sure.
Good evening, Board President Opara, members RC Buchanan and Binder, and Superintendent Nelson. I'm Jace Buchanan, the Director of IT, your Director of IT, and I'm here with Bethany Thompson, our teacher on assignment who coordinates the Digital Learning Specialist Initiative. And normally I'm in the back trying to make sure everything runs smoothly. So I'm happy and proud to present to you today just 3 of the many initiatives that we're working on. First, I'd like to talk about our IT classroom projector and sound system upgrade. In 2022, the board approved $8.4 million of ESSER funds to upgrade all the classrooms in the district with new projectors and sound system to enhance the teachers' tools for presenting to their class. On-site work started December 2022, and of the 706 classrooms we're upgrading, we are now at 523 classrooms, and we are on track to complete before June 30 this year. The second project that was approved in 2022 was $3.9 million in ESSERS and E-rate funds to upgrade the network cables across the district in every classroom. We're adding 8 network drops to each classroom for computer, phone, printer, and other accessories, which is needed because many of our classrooms currently only have 1 or 2 network drops. So we're short in some of those rooms. We are also upgrading all the fiber optic cable across the network, across the district, so that way we can move to much faster speeds that interconnect the classrooms. Of the 14 facilities, we are currently completed in 7, and we have 3 actively being worked on right now. And again, we are on track to complete this project by June 30. And I'll now turn it over to Bethany for the AI.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to be talking today about how Apple Valley Unified School District is once again leading school districts in how we are going to prepare our students for this future where we have AI. If you've heard anything in the news, you have probably heard about AI, artificial intelligence. And so I'm going to give a brief overview of what it is. This is very simplified. So the first thing that AI is this is in our emails when we're writing an email, and it automatically completes the sentence for you and asks if you want to complete it. You can hit tab and it'll complete it for you. It is also what allows Google to have these silly games where you can try to draw things in under a minute here or under 20 seconds. I'm trying to draw some water, and you can see Google not guessing what it is. That was supposed to be like a wave. And then I finally got distracted with that, and I said, I'm just going to draw a water bottle, and it still didn't like it. So after that, I needed to take a moment to reassure myself that I do know what water is. And I tried to draw cake, and that went even worse. AI is also what allows us in our phones to recognize all of the faces. So when you bring up your photo app and it says, here's your dog and here's your family members, that's also artificial intelligence. There is a new type of artificial intelligence, which is generative AI. And this is what we're hearing a lot about in the news. There's a lot of stuff about how this is transforming education, transforming everybody's everyday life. This is where AI, artificial intelligence, creates something based on a text prompt. So it can create text based on the prompt. And basically what it's doing is predicting the next word that's going to happen, the most likely next word. It can also create images based on a prompt. So you can go to AI and you can ask it to create a beautiful image of a board meeting with lovely children standing in the front, and it will create it with whatever kind of style you want, whether in the style of Van Gogh, a history painting. You can ask it to do all of that. It's quite amazing. But this also has the power to completely and wonderfully transform education to provide a personalized learning experience for students. And I'm going to show you just a little bit of how AI is starting to change education. We're at the very forefront of this change. I'm towards the end of my teaching career. Our younger teachers now will not be teaching the same way they are now when they end their career. So I have a short video here that's showing what I'm doing using a tool in AI called Magic School AI. And it is, now I have sped up in this video me typing because I don't type that fast. So the first thing that I'm doing here is I've typed in or copied in a 9th grade standard, and the AI is unpacking the standard for me. So it's allowing me to see kind of what I might need to do to provide to instruct the students on that standard. That was the first thing, and that was not sped up. The next thing I'm going to do using the same standard and the same ideas, I'm creating a 10-question multiple choice section for the characters in To Kill a Mockingbird because it was a 9th grade ELA standard that I chose. And here it's creating a 10 multiple choice questionnaire about the characters in To Kill a Mockingbird. Again, this is not sped up. This is the actual AI generating this tool. And it also gave me the answers there. for my test. The next thing, I'm going to ask it to give me some lesson plans. So I went ahead and I typed in my same standard and I gave it a little bit more there that I wanted to do, but it's going to give me the lesson plans by day, I believe, the key points, and it's going to give me some ideas for what I can do to have a lesson based around that direct standard. The next thing that I'm going to ask it to do, which is every teacher's favorite thing, is to create a rubric. And so I'm going to give the AI the standard, which is the next one. And it's going to generate a rubric for me based on the standard and the prompt for an essay that was in that lesson generator. So I put in what I want, my 3-point scale, and I ask it to create the rubric, and and again, I've sped up my typing here, but we watch how fast the AI generator can create this rubric. It's really quite extraordinary and fast. This fast, we have a rubric. And the teacher can update this or change it as necessary. And it's absolutely incredible all of the time. I used AI just the other day while I'm waiting for this to generate. I used it just the other day because I was too lazy to try to type in the whole thing. I asked it to give me a formula for Google Sheets. I just didn't want to type it. So I asked it to give it to me. I asked it to rewrite the rubric, adding in an additional 9th grade ELA standard. So I regenerated the rubric with now 2 standards based on that prompt. And then I'm going to ask it to do 2 more things. And this video is only 3 minutes long. So as a teacher or an instructor, imagine all of the things that I was able to do just in those 3 minutes. The next thing it's going to do is it's going to give me the key criteria for an exemplar essay. And the last thing I ask it to do is to write an exemplar essay that I could use with my students to say how it met the rubric or didn't meet the rubric. All of this within 3 minutes. What this doesn't show is what happens after that, which is where the human being has to go in and make sure that everything is correct, make sure that it meets the needs of our students. I did this exact same thing for my students for my French class, and it told me in 1 week I was supposed to teach the numbers 1 through 20. However, I was also supposed to ask them how old their parents were, which you cannot ask a middle schooler how old their parents are if they only know the numbers 1 through 20. So AI doesn't know that. It still needs a human being, and nobody is trying to suggest that we are going to have AI taking over our jobs. However, so we have in this district, what we started was an AI working group. This is a group of about 15 to 20 administrators, certificated and classified staff. We had our very first meeting on January 18th, and we met to discuss what are our key areas of focus as we go forward in this new landscape, preparing for our future where students might be using AI. We identified these key areas of focus: policy and standards alignment, making sure the policies that we have in place are meeting the needs still of this new tool. Ensuring that student and staff data is secure and private with these tools, managing the change management that it would take to make such a switch in our landscape, dealing with any credibility and bias that these tools may have, assessment and learning outcomes, so making sure that that is always at the forefront of what we are doing, and then training for staff and eventually students for how to use these tools. Our next steps, we are sending some of the members to some training in February, and we'll be meeting at the end of February to share the resources that we've got there. As we're going forward with our AI working group, we are continuing to kind of focus on the basic 3 about AI at this point, which is 1, AI is not yet ready for student use. This is purely for staff at this point. We are committed to keeping student data safe, student and staff data safe while we're using these tools. And of course, all of these tools, whatever you use, has to be reviewed by a human being, previewed and reviewed by a human being before it's used. So thank you.
I have a question. Thank you very much for that presentation. It's very informative. On number 1, is AI is not yet ready for student use. Do you happen to have a guess about when it might be?
I was going to say we could ask the AI. My guess is my guess is 2 to 3 years. My guess is 2 to 3 years. It's not far, and the capacity is so amazing to provide a personalized learning experience for these students. To provide a tutor that's there 24 hours, 24/7 if they needed one. I think we're 2 to 3 years away from that.
Is there anything that can generate and catch an AI generated essay?
So that's an excellent question, Mr. Bender, because there are some tools out there that can look and see if something has been AI generated. They are not 100% accurate, so they are more likely to give a false positive and say that you did use AI when you didn't.
Sometimes it's obvious.
Sometimes it is obvious. Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things that the teachers brought up in our working group was how do we deal with that? And there's some ways that, so one is of course changing the task, and how do we get student or teachers to, this is something that we're going to have to wrestle with. And that is one of the focuses of the AI group.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Local Accountability Plan, LCAP mid-year presentation by Mr. Schlosser.
Really rather talk about AI. I'll direct you to the 56 slide document that I provided to you that has a kind of a blue cover on it. And I promise you that we'll go through this quickly. And here's what I'll say. The mid-year review for the LCAP is now a requirement that was set in place with the legislature for this year as a first year. As you know, we're in the third year of a 3-year LCAP cycle. So we're finishing the final, of our intended reporting. We'll go through this year building a new 3-year plan. But for this final year, they added a requirement that before February 28th, there must be a report. And that report had 2 keys areas, mid-year outcome data related to every metric. And the metrics are required by the 8 state priority areas. And you'll see a couple of places where the metrics repeat. That's by requirement of the county. And then also expenditure and implementation data for each action item. And so it requires some nitty gritty, but a lot of the data, in fact, all of the data that we're going to talk about tonight in brief was presented in detail at the State of the District presentations that were given over the last month. And so that's the background for this, but know that we're always in this cycle. We've always given this report right about this time as a State of the District presentation, and we usually bring a version of that to the board. We'll go then right into February for getting input from the community about setting the targets and what the action items are to be, and then we'll implement and gather data again. We're constantly in that cycle. And so while I'm talking about goal 1, what you're going to see behind me is actually a time-lapse video of the AVCI and board member Buchanan. I was so glad you got a chance to go and see what happens there at one of those nights. This is actually inside that dome. I put this here under goal 1 for professional development because now we have some enterprising teachers who have gone through the training to become certified in the use of this telescope. And they bring their after-school astronomy clubs to the AVCI and to view the night sky. They've actually got 30 to 40 hours of time on the telescope, and they've become quite expert. And so it's just one of the things that has come about as of via that partnership, which is goal 1.5, action item 5. Is supporting Sean Gillette and Pam Gillette to work there, but also to have those trainings occur. And so moving on to some of the reporting, this is the goal. It's all about professional learning. Goal 1 has been that way for quite some time. It has some sub items that let me talk to you about how this chart kind of breaks down. There's the action item, which is we use a numerical system for ours. So goal 1, action 1 is 1.1, goal 1, action 2, 1.2, and so on. The quick summary of the item, and then the progress note is just like sort of to what level is it implemented. And I only had a couple of options in the state template. It's either fully, partially, or not. And then the budgeted expenditure was how much was intended to be spent. And the first interim or thereabouts, it was actually slightly after first interim that we pulled this data, is how much money has been spent on that goal at this moment. And so you'll see this repeated. I won't belabor it. And you'll see in almost every case, just about half the funds that we intended to spend have been expended by that point in November last year. So we're right on track for most of these goals to spend just exactly what we intended to spend. You'll notice, for example, in Action 2, we've already spent more than we intended to spend. But that's because in that particular goal, we have some other funding sources we use for professional learning. Title I, Title II, even the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. We made sure and captured every expenditure that was professional development inside that goal so that we can make sure and report them accurately. But what's in that list on the budgeted expenditure is mostly supplemental and concentration grant funds that were designed for increasing the proportion of service for our unduplicated pupils, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, foster youth, or English learners. Remember, we had about a 38 million supplemental and concentration grant dollar amount that we needed to expend. And so the LCAP had to account for those funds. And that's mostly what you'll see in that budgeted expenditure line. Also lives on the website, completely transparent. And again, around the room, there's some QR codes with the tiny dinosaur, which I thought matched nicely the theme from Rio Vista. But that gets you to a public-facing document that is what your short 56-slide presentation into 37 tightly spaced pages of type. And so if you have, with a great deal of detail there as well. And so moving on, the metrics then we have to report were the metrics we gave as a baseline. So for example, in the category of required metric, you can imagine in the state of California, they're going to make you have a required metric of the Smarter Balance Assessment. How you doing on the state test? So the baseline for the 3 years that we reported, we actually had to go back to 2019 because that was the last test we'd given. Remember, we weren't able to test in 2020. And so we reported for all student groups, our baseline data. And this mid-year report, there's several years or there's another year of data in between, but I'm only giving you the baseline and the mid-year. And the mid-year at the moment is actually last year's test scores. We don't have this year's yet. We're not required to report this year's test scores until they're out, which won't actually be till next year. And so we're always in a little bit of a lag. What's good about doing the mid-year report now, I'll be quite honest with you, is essentially this is our annual update. About a 50-page section of the LCAP that I did every year. Well, now I'm this many pages ahead. It's really quite good. It's a good thing to do. Plus, we already report this data, as many of you saw the other day at the State of the District. And you'll notice these scores aren't better. We have declines in our language arts and mathematics scores in most, if not all, student groups. Credentialed teachers, we have to report the percentage of credentialed teachers. We have a definition of a credentialed teacher, meaning they have a teaching credential. It's appropriate for the subject they're teaching. At the time this report was pulled, we were at 100%. The state does have some technical misassignment that we do report when we get to the local indicators. And so that has something to do sometimes with whether or not their credential is even completely cleared. And then finally, access to instructional materials, which is adjudicated through the Williams Act. Academic content, we'd go through a lengthy evaluation process that takes us all year to make sure we're doing that. Goal 2 is all about college and career readiness. Goal 2 has everything to do with how students have access to either CTE programs. It's got our music program, our AVID program, all lives in Goal 2. So you've got students here visiting colleges. You've got students, as mentioned, participating in the career and technical student organizations that you got to see beginning their competitions with Skills USA. And of course, we've got a student here just kind of representing to us the fact that she's thankful for the AVID program getting her to college. These are the life-changing and incredible moments that you can't put a statistical number to, but they matter so much. And so the goal, as I mentioned, is about all our unduplicated pupils having that experience of a high-quality college and career-ready education. And those action items are as follows. You'll see number 1 is about making sure they have those devices. We have a large device procurement process going on right now, so that dollar amount will be expended. And so once those come, you'll see that there. Our CTE programs are about half expended. That goal, action 2, is mostly people. CTSO pathway, we've only spent a quarter of the money allocated there because most of those competitions and the travel related to those is about to happen. all the kids who go to state, all the kids who go to nationals. That all happens in the spring. And then the music program's on track. We're actually on track to actually outspend that one just a little bit. But if you were at State of the District and heard those ukuleles, you know why. And then college access. Again, the AVID program, I put partially implemented there. We've had some, we just don't have all that data back. Lots of the AVID field trips and things happen in the spring. Also, we had some other funds we were able to use to pay for some of these programs that then meant we didn't have to spend some of the district resources. And then the metrics here are things, of course, like grad rate, right? And so grad rate, although up from the baseline, which was from 2020, is, as you know, from the State of the District, slightly down. AP exam pass rate, our AP exam just participation generally a little bit down and pass rate declined. As you know, some students, partially this could be because some students are in our dual enrollment program, which is another great pathway for students to gain access. A through G completion, again, it's down from the baseline. It's actually slightly down even from last year. Every student group's called out. And again, there's lots and lots of detail here that we can go over, but in general, the trend is present. College and Career Readiness Indicator doesn't have any data since the baseline. So at the baseline year, it was 55.7 for all students. And then we didn't have that indicator until this year for the first time in a long time. And that was a little lower than even any of us really expected. Remember, the College and Career Readiness Indicator is not, it's a combination of several different indicators. You can earn it by either taking college courses and getting a qualifying score on the Smarter Balanced Assessment, or CTE completion and a college course, or A through G completion and a qualifying score on the Smarter Balanced Assessment. There's several different ways. It's quite complex. Ultimately, a lot of this is driven by making sure students are achieving all of those measures. Broad course of study is a general term that we have to put in as a required state goal about making sure students have access, that you don't have barriers to classes like AP classes. Middle school and high school dropout rate, again, a required metric. Middle school dropout rate, they actually don't publish anymore. We have to pull this out of CalPads. The best we could find for end of year last year was about 46 students who left us in the middle school grades, and we couldn't find them in any system anywhere. And then our high school one, 107 for last year. That's slightly up from the year before, which matches the slight decrease in grad rate, right? When grad rate goes slightly down, dropout rate has to raise. Goal 3 is all about intervention, and it includes things like the reading programs, the after-school programs. Our ELOP runs through here. Summer school runs through Goal 3. Counselors, therapists, all the things we do to intervene both social-emotionally, mental health, math, and English. And so we've got, just some images of some of those things happening at school, even in a kind of a snapshot of an LLI lesson happening, which we know, are going on across the district with these positions we fund. And so this is a multi-tiered system of support focused goal. There are a couple blank goals here. That's because the community asked us to take action 1 and 7 and move them to goal 4. And so they're blank. They're blank on purpose. We all understand that they won't be there in the next iteration of the LCAP. Community outreach is all the efforts for community outreach, including PIO and all the purchases required to keep that up and running. Supplemental reading and math intervention is teacher positions added to each site, about half expended, and the same with the therapists. Behavior management and student support, again, is mostly positions. School counselors, the increase in school counselors, those are almost all positions. That's actually all positions. I mentioned goal 7 or action 7 is moved. And then the intensive behavior support, again, mostly positions like campus security, additional proctors, and so on. Before and after school programs are listed there as well. Again, it's all funding sources. You'll notice summer school has a big discrepancy. That's because our summer school occurs mostly in June. And so that expense will be in this school year. Last year's summer school was in last year's budget, except for any days that happened in July. School site administrative support is on track to be fully expended, as is class size reduction. And so the metrics here, of course, attendance is one of the main metrics for goal 3. We do see an increase. Our baseline was a pre-COVID baseline of 94.6. That actually was the month we closed. They let us stop our attendance in February. As you can imagine, attendance subsequent to that time was very low. And so last year's attendance was below 90%. Most districts in the state are still below 90. To be at 92.4 is great to see. It's actually a real highlight for us for a couple of reasons. We know that students can't benefit from instructional interventions when they're not present. And so we had last year even still quite a number of students who were chronically absent. And that chronic absenteeism has a detrimental effect on their ability to just benefit from the instructional program we put together. And so we're glad to see that 92.4% through month 4 of this year. So that's real-time live data from this year. Suspension rate is up from the baseline and up from last year. Suspension rate is up, and it's up primarily with our African-American students. And you see there just kind of every student group up a little bit. And so that's something that the state requires us. This is a required metric. It's on the dashboard. Expulsion rate actually is lower than the baseline, similar to last or the year before. This is 22, 23, 21, 22 is almost exactly the same. And we just have our board items this year are recommending expulsions number 8 through 11. So we are roughly on track at this moment to be at that roughly the same number for this year. Chronic absenteeism. This isn't attendance, it's its opposite, is students who miss 20% of the school year, no matter how many days they're enrolled, 20% of those days. And that's last year down to 38.2%. I can't believe, I'm even saying that's a low number, but it's lower than the 54.5% from the year prior. So we're, again, with our 92.4% attendance rate, we're expecting chronic absenteeism to be quite a bit lower. Lots of survey data comparisons in the slides to come. I won't dig real deep into those other than to say the general trends were, we saw the same participation roughly, right? About 8,000 students, most of the staff participated, 1,200 parents. Parent participation was about 15% generally, but the trends in the responses in the general categories we'll kind of see here a little bit. So first, when we look at the safety and connectedness, this kind of response was student-based and the sense of safety at school. The baseline was, we didn't have high school or middle grades, or that year was elementary only, and it was very high. And this year, elementary actually declined even from the prior year. So that sense of safety, this was an area that we saw go down at the elementary grades. We actually saw it increase at the high schools. You heard the high school students talking about the student advisory and the sense of impact they believe that had. This was a particular area of focus for the students at our 3 high school settings. They chose the items they wanted to work on. We asked them, what would you need to be able to answer these survey questions differently? And then they implemented those things along with their school staff. And when we asked them this year if they thought the survey results would improve, they said they thought it would. And of course it did. They knew. They were right. Talked about high school dropout rate. Parent Square we still use. We're actually at a high point for connectability right now. We have 97% of the parents who are reachable and participation in Parent Square. You've seen the Smarter Balance data. It's required to be reported a couple of different places for language arts and mathematics. Goal 4 is all focused on families. It's getting them to school, it's providing clean schools for them, and it's making sure that we have family centers operational when they have needs. And so that's all about our families is goal 4. That's why we moved 1 and 7 there. And so those resource centers fully implemented that plan, and we have that at about half of the year's expenditures. Having the 3 positions we added, continuing those, that's fully implemented. Those people are in place. Home to school transportation, it looks like we're going to slightly outspend what we add there. Transportation is, it's an expensive endeavor and is an encroachment. And then our contribution to make sure we have funds to add to what the maintenance department already uses to maintain schools. The metrics for 4 include things like the facility inspection tool. And so the facility inspection tool during the baseline years found 3 sites that were fair and the rest were good. But in this case, this year, it's only 1 was in that fair range. All the rest were good. But it's important to note, if you remember, and maybe Mr. Schulenberg has this already been presented or is that coming? Last time. Yeah, Mr. Hopper's presentation last time, those averages are up. And so that maintenance department's doing just an amazing job. So from the baseline to now, it's been a really great growth to see that from a third party. Transportation, we're still making sure we have an accurate count of the utilization, but we think we'll be probably right there at that same baseline number. We get high utilization for that. More youth truth data. In this case, we wanted to take a look at culture. These are family responses. And so there was, again, with families, they mirrored the students. Slight increase for high school families, slight decrease for elementary and middle. Percent positives for relationships. Again, same trend. Even though high school scored a little lower, that was up for high school parents and their sense of relationship with school. Slight decrease in the K-8. Chronic absenteeism as reported by subgroups. So again, required in Goal 4. You've already seen that. Goal 5 is all about our English learners. And that group, the goals there have to do with mostly the staff who participate in that program. All of those pretty much on track to be expended fully for the year. So no outliers there. Reclassification data is not yet here. We do reclassify students all the time, but the great majority of them will happen later in the spring. And so that's all going to happen and be reported later. English learner progress is a real bright spot for Apple Valley Unified. If you remember from the state of the district, it's our one area that's green on the dashboard. We are glad to see that 46.2% of those students making adequate progress towards proficiency. That actually counted as high on the dashboard, and that carries over school by school. It's really great to see. And then for English language learners, their score on the Smarter Balance Assessment Language Arts, they are lower than the baseline score for that as well. We did add a 6th goal to our LCAP. It had to do with focusing on the needs of African American students. And so I'll point out that the dollar amounts here are estimates and that we are not allowed to count these expenditures as any part of our supplemental and concentration grant funding. The state does not allow calling out this student group to count towards your unduplicated pupil group expenditures. And so making sure we had offering for staff training, we are doing those trainings using the foundations model. Graduation progress report, actually that cost was picked up by the county. That was great for them to take that for us. We have been working towards building a positive attendance program. You heard some of the celebrations the students were bragging about today. I was so glad to hear that. Intervention programs specifically designed for African-American students who need to take advantage of those, and the parent advisories just haven't cost that much at this moment, but we'll be doing more of those. And so those metrics are just for African-American students. You saw the suspension rate is up. Grad rate is slightly down. Remember, it's down across the district though, and that, if the board will remember, is partially because that last year's class was the first to suffer from sort of a reinstated full graduation requirement that the students 2 years prior didn't have. Chronic absenteeism for this group still high, but better than the baseline of the year prior. The baseline in this case is only last year, and the ELL scores in both language arts and math are further from standard. African-American students in the elementary school did not follow the trend. They didn't go down. They actually had pretty good results in their sense of engagement at school. That was encouraging to see. So we saw increases. We didn't see increase necessarily as we went from 83 to 79, but it just was good to see that they didn't change as much. But in the middle grades and high school, they actually went up. And so that's encouraging to see their sense of engagement. Likewise, in campus culture, and here they kind of followed the trend of the rest of the district. Middle grades and high school kind of climbing in relationships as well. And that's 56 slides in as few minutes as it can be done.
Thank you.
Informational presentation on transportation by Mr. Schulenberg.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Nope, sorry. Oh, sorry.
You're excited to get going.
I am.
That's
I really
great.
am. This is a lot of
Oh, Jason, it ain't working again.
It was. It did. It was it's way better than the blue line.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
You got it. You scared it. Okay, well, I hope this goes smooth. I want to introduce Doug Smith. He is our Director of Transportation for Apple Valley Unified. He came on board just before COVID, that thing that happened. So
yes, sir.
Just getting into the swing of things for a couple of years. So I'd like to turn it over to Doug. Advance the slides, just that button right there. He's going to tell you a little bit about our transportation department.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Doug Smith. I'm happy to be here. President Opara, thank you for being here. Board, it's good to see everybody here. What we're going to do is we're going to give you a little tidbit of information about transportation. And President Opara, I'm looking forward to seeing you at our department. It would be wonderful. So the school bus industry is one of the most highly regulated industries there is. We're held under federal regulations for drug and alcohol, for safety standards in the school buses, we're held under state regulations, California codes of regulations, ed codes. We have them all. We have a little bit of everything. So if you're ready, we may as well get our thing started here. Oopsie. Oh, that's their bus yards. Okay, maybe not quite that bad, but here's ours. We hold ourselves to a higher standard. Our drivers are really, really exceptional at doing what they do. When you are out on an activity trip and you see our buses out on the road, they look so much better than the buses from some of the other school districts. It's one of those things where you're looking and you're going, oh my goodness, the difference between our buses and their buses is amazing. And one of the reasons why is because our drivers take such pride in taking care of their equipment. Our fleet, our pride is, again, we pride ourselves in having one of the best looking fleets in the state. We have 78 school buses in our fleet. We're getting another 6 coming on board. 52 of them are the big buses that we run on that hold 76 passengers each. And then we have the special ed buses that are different sizes and all different ranges of bus. Those little buses are the ones that hold the wheelchairs, and every one of those buses has a different size to it. Our shop is amazing. Our mechanics, we have 4 mechanics that take pride in our fleet. That includes taking care of nearly 100 white fleet vehicles, every golf cart, man lift. They work on everything from a lawnmower to a leaf blower. They also take care of our yellow fleet. Our buses are PMI'd, preventative maintenance inspected every 3,000 miles or 45 days. During the inspection, the mechanics take care to fix anything and everything that is on there. They do preventative maintenance as needed, and they do an amazing job of making sure that every nut and bolt is systematically checked. And those buses are the safest buses out on the road. Our mechanics are just amazing. It takes close to 100 hours to train a bus driver when it's all said and done. We try our best to train within the department. We have 3 or 4 classes a year to get ready to have people join our department. We have one going on right now, as a matter of fact. We have people in the department to train that. Once the people get through the classroom end of it, then we start them on a behind the wheel program. After they get the behind the wheel program done, all of the school bus drivers are all tested through the California Highway Patrol. We don't get the opportunity to just go down to the DMV and say, hey, we want our school bus driver certificate. The California Highway Patrol comes to our facility, does our written tests, our pre-trip tests, and our drive tests. Then once we've qualified for that, we also don't get the opportunity to have our school bus driver certificates just mailed to us every 5 years. We have to retest on everything, pre-trip, drive, and written test every 5 years. But then again, what do we transport? So we really are held to a very high standard as far as that goes. Our department is comprised of 54 drivers, the 3 dispatchers and routers, which is Sherry Nelson, Sharon Waters, and Jill Coburn, who are pictured over there to the left. They're the router dispatchers in that department there. Behind them is Nina Midgley. She is the driver instructor, also state certified driver instructor and federally certified. You have to have both to now teach in the state of California because of the ELDT, which is entry-level driver training for all commercial drivers. We have Kim Calvin that's in that picture right there. She's our transportation supervisor. And then Navi Jana, who is our admin secretary. Safety is first. Every morning, our bus drivers do a safety check. We check close to 200 items on our buses. Every morning, we do a pre-trip. We look over everything. We check our braking system, check the inside of the bus, check the outside of the bus, making sure that everything is safe for those students to get on and off the bus. Our drivers are on the road before most of us have had our morning cup of coffee. We leave a yard. Some of our drivers leave as early as 5:15 in the morning. And then we go out. We have 3 routes. Every driver does 3 routes in the morning. We come back and then we have what's called a split shift. We go home, but then we come back in the afternoon and we are not going home until most everybody else is out sitting down for dinner. We pull into the yard and we're sun up to sundown. All right. There we go. Annually, our drivers safely transport students over 962,000 miles. This year, I expect us to break 1 million. We're out there. We have a very large school district. I mean, our covered area is extremely large. We fuel our own buses. Our drivers fuel at least every other day. We have our own gas station with 2 fuel nozzles that hold for diesel and 2 fuel nozzles for unleaded fuel. Our tanks hold 12,000 gallons of diesel and 10,000 gallons of unleaded fuel. All the school district vehicles fuel here along with all of our school buses. We have a pretty good operation that goes on there. Yeah, our gas station is busy a lot. It is pretty fun to watch that. And now for the most important part of our jobs, the students. Getting students to and from school safely. Our drivers are dedicated to doing this job. We pride ourselves on being some of the most safe and effective people at getting kids to and from. Our drivers treat these students as if they're their own. It's an amazing job getting all the puzzle pieces that are going. I mean, we have multiple buses, we have multiple schools, we have students that are going back to schools. Putting the puzzle pieces together is just amazing to watch and amazing to see our routing, scheduling, and dispatching department put this all together. It's an incredible deal. I just love what I do. We transport close to 4,200 general ed students every single day and over 425 special education students safely each day. This includes all of our activity trips. And that number is just on an average. It's higher some days, it's a little bit lower some days. And that's the end of that. If anybody has any questions or any comments on our transportation department.
What's the average gas mileage on those new buses?
About 6 miles to the gallon. Our new gas buses are close to 12. Yeah, they're the gas buses that we have are doing pretty good. We're using them in the special ed department. We found that they're much quieter. They're not as expensive to maintain because they're gasoline. They don't hold as much oil when we're doing the PMI on them, and they do get much better fuel mileage.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
I have to say thank you so much. I had no idea who you were.
I apologize.
And I had no idea you were in the room because I had this already planned that I was going to show up at the transportation department. So when they said transportation, I thought, oh man, I had no idea. But this is impressive. We usually wait on the last day of school. I think is that last day of school when you have the bus run.
Yes, ma'am.
I cancel my whole afternoon so that I make sure I can be there to wave to the bus drivers. It's probably one of the greatest sight to see when you guys are doing the bus parade. It's impressive.
It brings tears to your eyes when you're sitting there watching them roll in. It is it is the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Thank you, and thanks you people who work with you for a good a job well done.
You just told one of them because she's in the audience.
yeah.
But
Navi's in the office.
Yeah. But I wish I had counted at the beginning how many times you said amazing, because Doug, there is nothing that would absolutely describe what happens in that department. It is magical and amazing, and I appreciate what you do every day and all of the work that goes into it.
Thank you. If you've ever listened to our radios, you're like, what on earth is going on? But we get to the end of the day and we don't have any of them left. We're happy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Update on facility needs assessment and master plan.
Now you get me. I'm sorry. I'd much rather talk about school buses. They're a lot more fun. And our drivers and our team out there are, I'll use the word again, absolutely amazing. I do listen to the radio on a daily basis, and it's a zoo. But it's a well-oiled zoo that runs incredibly. So quick update on facilities master planning. If you do remember, this is a slide you saw very recently back in October of 2021, long time ago, a little over 2 years ago. We talked about our Measure S, our general GO bond from 2004, and then the board approved a resolution authorizing the feasibility of a facility bond coming up this year in 2024. One of those consultants we brought on board was Eric Hall and Associates to help us with our facility needs assessment and master planning process. And if I can remind you, we engaged them in December 22. They went through a facility needs assessment, enrollment and demographic study. We held some community meetings, site meetings through Zoom, collected a lot of data. So I got a draft document a couple weeks ago, and I've been going through that draft document, and it really, these are the major pieces of that document. There's a little history of Apple Valley, some history of Apple Valley that I did not know, and I don't know how to verify it, but it's kind of an interesting little couple page read. A little bit on Apple Valley Unified, the purpose of a long-range facility master plan, how it serves the district and the students and the staff in the district, and of course the process and the recommendations that our consultant has when we get this plan. And this is a living document. It's not something we do and we put on a shelf. It's something we have to revisit on a constant basis to say, is this still our priority for this particular project? Have we shifted gears? Did the governor create another new grade that we have to serve, which creates more facility concerns? There's also quite a bit of demographic information for the district, including enrollment, projections out for about the next 5 years, capacity study looking at our schools and how many students we can fit at our schools, educational specifications, and the meat of the report is the facility condition assessment and project identification. I'm working through our consultant with this draft. There's some adjustments to the draft I like to make. I have actually a Zoom call scheduled with the lead on our project next Thursday, where we're going to go through some things. I expect to have a copy. I was hoping to have this at the March board meeting, and that's still my goal. But depending on the scope of adjustments we make to this document to get it nice and polished, it may be the April meeting before I'm able to provide it for your peruse, for your consideration and approval. So the following pages you're going to see, this is an example of a site assessment, some photographs. I picked Apple Valley High School, and for no particular reason. But before we get to Apple Valley, this is what the architect and our consultant came up in terms of a master plan cost summary. And if you take a look at that, you look all the way down on the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll see the architect and consultant identified preliminarily 214 projects across our school sites, totaling about $200 million in need. This is not an exhaustive list. There are things that we need to do at our school sites that are not in this plan, and that's where it's our job as a school district to update this plan continuously and make sure the desires of our schools and our community are reflected in this plan, both short-term and long-term. So here we go. This is what they typically did. They analyzed our school sites. They gave them a facility condition score. You'll see that down at the bottom. And Apple Valley is a 74%, which is on the high side of fair. And as old and as well used, because a high school is busy, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there's always something going on. But as old and as well used as Apple Valley High School is for it to score on the high side of fair is great. That doesn't mean there aren't things that need to be done at Apple Valley High School. There absolutely are. And as the architect visited the campus, they identified certain areas like parking lots. They look at the infrastructure. We do have some old asphalt that does need to be maintained. Walkways, pathways, they just happen to be there clearly on a day when it rained, one of the 10 days we get, and they noticed some pooling. That's a concern. That deteriorates concrete and asphalt walk surfaces and can create hazards. Look at the athletic facilities, the age of the fields, the condition of the fields, tennis courts, basketball courts. There's Newton T. Bass Stadium there, of course, with the grass playing surface and the dirt track. Landscaping, play fields, and agriculture. They had to put in that picture of that greenhouse. I don't know how long that's been there. Longer than I've been in this district, and I've been in this district since 2002. So I'm thinking we probably need to do something with the green. 68, the greenhouse. Wow. Okay, it's time to go. But I'm glad they put in the barn, because that's a bright spot there for the agricultural program and the students over there. Exterior lighting was a concern. And here's their site and infrastructure assessment. They grade new, good, fair, poor, and unsatisfactory. And you see that comes up with an infrastructure score. And then they move on to the building and suitability assessment. They look at administration, multi-purpose room and kitchen, the CTE program facilities, which clearly are very busy building sheds, looks like up there in the one picture, or dog houses. I'm not sure what those are. The STEAM programs, science, technology, our athletic facilities, the gymnasium, the field house at the stadium, the weight room, permanent and relocatable classrooms, some of which are, the relocatables are aged. And unfortunately, you'll see our relocatables did get an unsat score from the architect. That's due to age and some condition that we need to address. But that gets a total building score, and they kind of combine those scores to come up with that score you saw on that front page. So they did that for all of our school sites. This particular property, adult school, HDPA, of course, and our operations center out on Bear Valley Road. So at Apple Valley High School, they came up with a project list. Again, it's not an exhaustive project list, but they identified just a little bit over $27 million of potential projects at Apple Valley High School. part of that just under 200 million potential projects they identified district-wide. So next steps, I'm going to continue the dialogue and work on some edits and adjustments. And of course, I'll provide it to the Board of Trustees for your review and adoption at a future meeting. And then of course, we need to talk about funding possibilities moving forward. And that's that. Any questions I can answer? Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie, we do have public comments as provided on our public comment card. Speakers are requested to limit comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. If more than one person wishes to speak on the same topic, subsequent speakers should limit their remarks to new information only. Public comments shall be limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per item. Leslie McNally.
While I'm starting to speak, Anne Marie Van Gordon is passing out to each of you the reopeners that we're proposing for the next school year. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Nelson, cabinet members, and the audience. My name is Leslie McNally, and I'm the bargaining chair for AVUTA. Quickly, I'd like to introduce you to the members of our negotiating team. Anne Marie Van Gordon. In the back row, we have Lincoln Esplin, Stephen Cobbs. Right in front of them, Sue Carlgren, Deanna Klima. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so. Okay. I'd like to present you with these copies of our reopeners for the 2024-25 school year. We are opening Articles 4 and 20. Specifically in Article 4, we're addressing student discipline, and in Article 20, we're addressing the hiring process for extracurricular positions. The negotiating teams for AVUTA in the district met last week to continue to bargain our reopeners for the current school year, and we hope to be able to wrap that up soon. We look forward to going through the interest-based bargaining training that's scheduled for February. With a sincere effort on the part of the Teachers Association and the district, we're hoping to have a more productive and less adversarial negotiations process. Last, the AVUTA negotiating team and members of the executive board will be going on a listening tour this winter and spring to seek input from our members about their priorities and concerns before we begin working on the sunshine for the following year for the 3-year contract. As you can tell, there's a lot going on. Thanks for listening, and I hope to return soon to report that we've reached agreement on this year's reopeners. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Latour.
Madam President and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak with you. My name is Kristen Latour. I am a former teacher of AVUSD, and my daughter Callie Latour used to be a student. For 2.5 years, I sought help for Callie's learning and social emotional difficulties. In kindergarten and AAE, the teacher and I agreed she would be retained. Then I got a job teaching at Vanguard, where the retention was not honored. I was promised she would have interventions that do not and have never existed at Vanguard by the outgoing principal, Mr. Goodrow. From that point on, with Jeanette Martinez as principal, Callie's situation went from bad to worse. Martinez fought against every move I made to get Callie the help she needed, using her position to harass me endlessly throughout, showing a complete lack of respect for a mother advocating for her child. Martinez attempted to reverse decisions made by Callie's SST team and ensured her IEP assessment and eligibility were severely delayed. When the eligibility meeting was finally held, the paperwork clearly stated she was eligible, and yet she was still denied an IEP. Callie was being severely bullied by her classmates. She was blocked from using the restroom until she wet herself and became a joke to the other kids who tormented her daily. Administration knew of the bullying and still did nothing. At this point, I decided AVUSD, and particularly Vanguard, was no longer a safe place for my child and removed her from the district. I sought outside help. My student advocate ensured she was properly assessed, requesting an IEE outside the district, as the original psychological assessment was incomplete and included IQ data that was illegal considering her Black status. Callie was found to have a short-term memory and cognitive deficits secondary to dyslexia. David Wheeler was contacted about the situation. Every communication with him took weeks and sometimes threatened legal action before a response was received. An initial IEP was held. All meetings had several issues: no notes being taken, Vanguard not being present, Sandia somehow got dragged in last minute. No research was ever done on Callie's past test scores, abilities, or statements from me or her teachers, leaving much of the documentation blank. The initial IEP meeting took place 5 days later, where attempts were made by Mr. Wheeler to call it the first meeting, the initial IEP, when it was the eligibility meeting, stating that it didn't really matter anyways. He showed a lack of knowledge for the IEP process throughout. Goals were discussed, but even after 2 hours, it was not done. The documents I was later sent for review and signature were ludicrous. Spelling errors, incorrect verbiage, dates were incorrect, and the goals were not even included. This is a legal document that represents my child as the basis of her education. It also represents this district in a court of law. I would be very scared if I were you to have the director of special education okay with this mockery of an IEP process and the subsequent outcomes. We did eventually sit down for yet another lengthy meeting to fix all the problems we had found and finally saw the goals in their final form. But it should never have come to this. This is just my daughter's story. How many other children have been denied their right to a free and appropriate public education within your district? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. De La Solis.
Hello, my name is De La Solis. I'm speaking today about AR 5127. I need the board members to have a face to the plea of rectifying the valedictorian status. I am here pleading for the class of 2024. The valedictorian status has previously been the discussion process for a couple of years now. I believe that early college students that are in my circumstance deserve to be recognized. We have earned our place working diligently, constantly, nonstop for the past 3.5 years. If I would have known that this was going to be an issue, I would have been standing here in front of you my freshman year. I myself have gone above and beyond the high school criteria. I started and still continue to take college classes on my own since my freshman year of high school. I am currently enrolled in the early college program. I also participated in a training to help tutor Apple Valley High School's 2024 AVID class. The district has an ELOP program with 80 students. I am one of those 80 students with a job. We help provide a safe environment to students K through 8th, all while helping them learn and develop educational concepts. I've taken advantage of all programs offered to me. I'm studying to become a doctor. Now, I know that becoming a doctor takes hard work and dedication, but most of all, it takes time. And for me, time is of the essence, which is why I am always taking advantage of the present. With this in mind, I will be attending the university of my choice. Instead of going in as a freshman, though, I will be going in as a junior since I have too many credits to be considered a freshman or sophomore. I will be considered as a transfer student. I will be in college for a very, very long time, and AP classes were just not suitable for my path. If anything, I have surpassed AP classes, and taking them would have held me back from my true potential. According to Pre-Scholar, it is quoted, although AP classes are intended to be roughly equivalent to introductory college courses, they can only do so much to replicate the experience of a college class. But I am actually taking college classes that are given by a professor, a college professor, and I have taken 13 total college classes through my 3.5 years of high school. How could you possibly deny us our validation and being given the honor to be named a valedictorian when we have exceeded expectations? I play 4 sports for my high school, and I have lettered in 3 of them, all while participating in Skills USA and host of competitions for my CTE class called MASS. For those of you that don't know what that is, it's medical and health science technology. All I'm pleading is for us students to be given the opportunity to be recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, we're going to conduct a public hearing for 1 minute. We'll conduct a public hearing for the public to provide input regarding AVUT's reopener articles for negotiations with the Apple Valley Unified School District. The time is 8:54. Do I have any comments? We gotta do 1 minute. No comments, no comments, no comments. All right, it's 8:55. I'm gonna do Mr. Bender style. And I'm gonna close that. Conduct a public hearing for the public to provide input regarding AVUSD's reopener articles for negotiations with the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. The time is 8:55. Any comments? If no comments, that I just close. I can close with no comments. Is why are you saying it's 8:55? I'm doing Bender minutes. Okay. Discussion and session. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss it and take actions on the following items. Approve the district contract reopeners for negotiations between the Apple Valley Unified School District and the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second that. Any discussion? I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approve the certificated and classified personnel action as listed. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approve the recommendation for requested leaves as noted.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry.
Prior to the discipline cases having action, we would like to note there was a clerical error in the recommended action section related to the numbering of the expulsion cases, referencing them as expulsion 9, 23, 24 through expulsion 12, 23, 24. We would like the discipline cases to be reviewed as amended expulsion case number 8, 23, 24 through expulsion 11, 23, 24, which match the backup documents and public content section of the agenda item. Approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion case number 8, 2023, 2024. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Expulsion case number 9, 2023, 2024. Motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Expulsion case number 10, 2023, 2024. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Expulsion case number 11, 2023, 2024. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Annual review 11, 2023, 2024. Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case number 17, 2022, 2023. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's me.
Okay.
Board members, prior to the consent agenda discussion, I'm recommending the board pull 2 items, item 9 and 16. Item 9 is approve the course of study adoption for financial algebra. Number 16 is approve the new recommended literature to add to AVUSD's current adopted K-12 literature list. These items will be brought back to the March 7th, 2023 board meeting for board review and approval. As there was a review by board members, Mr. Arcee let me know that there were some errors on a front page of the work that staff had done, identifying the wrong course location, meaning it was listed as a it's not a math course on the sheet. I think it was listed as a fine arts, as I recall. So that needs to be amended. And whenever there's an error like this, instead of approving them and amending the actual content, I would much rather have you see them next time. Dustin?
Number 16. March 7th.
March-
is the next board meeting.
Is it the 2nd or the 7th?
7th.
2024. Sorry. It is the 24th. Yes. 2024. We're not, sorry.
No going backwards. And then item 17, 19.
And then number 16, the recommended literature also had a form that had teacher recommendations. We have a committee that comes together. The form is titled 4th through 8th grade. However, the teachers that made the review as the committee recommended that it was a conditional recommendation from the committee to only allow this text to be appropriately used in 5th through 9th grade. However, that was not included in the background. People would have to go in, look at the review, and understand that was the intent. So instead of pulling 1 or 2 books, I recommend we bring everything back. In another book that was listed, the teachers used an electronic version of the approval process, but did not then print, circle, and upload the 3 questions that require an actual documentation. So we just feel that it's better to repost it, have it correct, and bring it back to the board.
Okay. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves this procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. For transparency on current consent item number 20, accounts payable warrant register, page 77, there is a clerical error referencing the ACE conference. This should reflect the AEC conference. Okay, I need a consent to approve in one motion or pull items 9 and 16. If the
Wait.
board accepts the superintendent's recommendation of pulling item 9 and 16 below, then we are going to do a consent item to approve in one motion 1 through 8, 10 through 15, and 17 through 21. Or if the board does not accept the superintendent recommendation of pulling item 9 and 16, consent items to be approved in one motion will be 1 through 8, 10 through 15, and 17 through 21. Now, I need a motion on which one we should pull.
I don't.
We adopt option 1.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so option 1. So we didn't remove anything, so we're good. So
You just moved
we
the-
just moved. We
yeah.
just moved it. We need no more closed sessions already. If nothing to report on, we need to now stop and sign approved documents.
I'd like to ask a question before we do. I know, I'm sorry, Dennis.
Go ahead.
I know we kind of skipped over the second
close.
comments. No, the second comments.
It's not there.
Would it be possible for us to bring back? I know we had a discussion, I don't remember if it was the last meeting or the meeting before, about AR 57. Is that right?
5127.
Yeah. And to be honest,
Could we discuss fast tracking it?
we can discuss some options for that. Students that were already in the pathway for valedictorian knew that was the process to get there. So, because it is disclosed to them as they are coming into high school. What I do recommend is that we review this and look at ways that we can support the students that are doing the early college that next year will be recognized in a different fashion than our current students if this board policy gets through its second read. So I actually spoke to the parent before. I think they're gone. I did speak to the parent who came early, and he had planned on speaking, and I said to him, it's totally appropriate. It is on the agenda, and I would absolutely share what the issue is. His daughter was in her college class, or actually at ELOP at the school she was working at. And so I do think there's some remedies that we can do, but I want to make sure that we approve the policy first and then bring those remedies
Okay.
forward.
I just want to make sure that we don't just
Now, this policy is for the students who are
off too
currently graduating this year or next year.
It's for the class of 2025, Mr. Schlosser.
Yeah, but
starting,
she's
beginning?
class of 24.
She's the current class,
Correct.
yes.
And actually tonight,
So it's not affecting her.
I was just
right?
curious.
Is it?
It will not impact her, but she wants it to. She would rather be held under this current policy, which is a change. Pat?
tonight's BP actually doesn't have a year attached. That would be next month's AR. And so we can bring back within that AR a resolution for the
administrative
class of
resolution,
2024. Let us bring back something that maybe finds a way to address both issues. If
Yeah,
that's
so
the
we've got
pleasure of the board.
Policy first, and
Yes.
then we have to
Yeah.
do the administrative regulation.
Yeah.
So
So
how
yeah,
after the what?
you're in your first read of that. You approve that tonight. We'll bring the second read and the recommended AR
Right.
at the next. Okay.
Sounds good.
And I will reach out to the student directly and let her know that since she had already left, that there is going to be some discussion about it. Or Mr. Goodrow could do that because she's an Apple Valley High School
Well, but
student.
it would be all, it would
I think all
affect
the high schools
everything
need to have the
though.
same conversation.
Yeah.
Well, they do,
District-wide.
absolutely. That is what needs to happen. That's why the policy is coming forward the way it was, because it was a district-wide conversation, not just with the schools, but with the parents as well.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. Hi. So
came
Mr.
back from
Goodrow is
work.
going to explain what we're doing since he's your principal, and he'll make sure that you know that the work that we're going to do on the AR and the board policy. Okay. Sorry. Welcome back. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I'll need to schedule to meet with you on this special ed issue. After this. I won't talk about it right now. Okay, there being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I need a motion.
I'm going to do that right now.
I'll second.
I think you just did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so Kylie, get me the signatures because I keep